Good morning, Judge. How are you this morning? That's the one with CR234 was on. She was the.
Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Judge. How you guys doing today? Right.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Mr. Cripps, you're here on Williams, right? Mr. Barry, you're here. Who are you here on?
Here on Andrika McIntosh. Good morning, Shelley. Your Honor, I see my client just came in. Would you put me in a breakout room with the prosecutor, please?
With the prosecutor? We're
Yes.
busy. I'm using the prosecutor. I need her. You know how many times I'm going to pick our room?
It's good. It's going to be a very short conversation.
It's not something you can do afterwards or call her?
I can call her. What's the number I can call?
224-8765.
Okay.
Actually, don't call that number because that'll inhibit my. Let me put it in the chat. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Cripps, you ready on Williams? Unmute yourself, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
Okay, we're ready on Jan Williams.
Calling case number 2106261101. People state Jayon Williams, defendant in charge, count 1. Police officer obstructed. Defendant has a official work offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249. And Your Honor, I just want to let the court know this is not a there's no DV attached to this case. So I'm not quite sure why this is in this courtroom.
Okay. Let me get rid of it then. Stand by, Mr. Cripps. I'm gonna find out what judge you're gonna go to, okay?
He has a pending case in front of Judge Giles. I know that. He may also have a pending case on your docket. Anyway, whatever the court directs me to do, I'll do.
We have a case before Judge Giles, it'll probably go back to Judge Giles. I'm guessing. I'll let you know for certain in just a moment, okay? Ms. Barrett, you ready on McIntosh?
But Judge, are you recalling the case later in the morning?
I'm gonna tell you where you need to go for the PCC. We're ready on McIntosh.
Calling case number 2305-776-001, people of the state of Michigan versus Andrea McIntosh. Defendants charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this court, Yvette Barrett, P58142, appearing on behalf of Andrea McIntosh via Zoom, and Ms. McIntosh is currently here. Ms. McIntosh, would you please state your name?
Andrea McIntosh.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, we want to set it for a preliminary examination. I wanted to speak with the prosecutor to see if there was any information that I could get from her about what my client has communicated to me. But I know we want to have our preliminary examination and we want the case dismissed, even though that's not normally what we do at a PCC. But that's what my client would like for me to ask the court. And I would like to have a brief conversation with Shelley Drain.
So I'm supposed to just dismiss the case because you asked?
Your Honor, I understand that that's what my client wants me to ask for, but I understand that that's not what happens in these hearings. And so I'm asking for a preliminary examination. And I was also asking for a brief moment with the prosecutor.
Court will continue to plea of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination July 21st at 9:15.
July 21st at 9:15.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Barrett, I think I just sent you a text message. If I
Okay,
have your personal number.
You put it in the chat.
No, I sent you a text message from the number I got from the Bar Journal.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can we find out? Matthew Forrest. Mr. Forrest, are you there?
Yes, good morning, Judge.
Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Here on Scott Morris, was transferred from Judge Jefferson, I believe.
Are you aware of that, Ms. Drain?
No, I'm not aware of this. I need the case number to look it up. Because I didn't see it on the docket this morning.
2305-775901.
Thank you.
Calling case number 2305-775901, people of the state of Michigan versus Scott Morris. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender report detention notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Forrest, P73168, appearing on behalf of Scott Morris. I don't know if Mr. Morris is present. I had a jail visit set up with him yesterday and was told that he was released. So I have not had contact with him.
How would you like to proceed?
I'm happy to set this for exam, Judge, and I can work on trying to locate Mr. Morris.
Court await the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination. How is July 21st at 9:30?
That's a good date. Thank you.
Bond will be continued.
Mr. Forrest, do you already have all the discovery?
I have paper discovery if there's any digital.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Shelley.
Thanks.
All right. I think I will break in the next. Good morning. Good morning. How you doing? Jay. Welcome to 36 District Court. So this is
This one's for the Judge Giles.
That's my story. John. Thank you. Mr. Cripps. Mr. Cripps, are you there? So we don't have it. All right. So my first exam is at 10. Okay. So my first preliminary examination is scheduled at 10 o'clock today. I'm done with my PCCs. So I don't know how this happened, but I have 3 matters scheduled at I have 3 matters scheduled at 10:30, 11, 11:15, 11:30. Mr. Cripps.
Good morning, Judge.
Okay, so your case is gone back to Judge Giles.
Okay.
Okay?
What date do I go back there?
I will go there now.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Have a good day. Good weekend.
Good weekend.
Thank you.
Okay.
He should be in jail, because they got a ton of dollars.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, because they sent me a report, so they should.
Again.
How old is he? How old is he? Because she's not in the county.
He's not.
Think. I don't have to. My alien's name is still here, but I'm not. All over there. What you say? We have an alias or something? How you going? Wow. I'm just checking. I'm gonna just kids. Rayshon Foster. R. S. Up there. Uh, all right.
I'm a juvenile, I was born in 87.
Okay. So
So, pretrial services, once they interview, Hassan, how do they do it? Do they come up here or do they interview them downstairs? Downstairs.
Oh, yeah, call. We should turn around.
That's my son wants some dismissals.
First exam is at 10 o'clock, folks.
That's what we're doing. Oh, no. No. Cheese, right?
I need to listen. Ariana, homicide, I have to recuse myself. I know. Good morning, Wayne County.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm doing good, thank you. You have a Jayon Williams.
Yes, my partner is going to get him now.
His case has been sent to Judge Giles.
Okay. Okay.
All
Thank
right,
you. Okay. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay.
What's wrong, Shelley? You got that look?
Oh, I just, who, I stepped away for a minute. Who was just on the screen asking about that case?
That
Javon
was the Wayne
Williams?
County, that was the Wayne County Jail coming in with the defense.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Since we're down, I'm gonna lock the door for a while. Since we're down, I'm gonna lock the door.
Okay. Hey, good morning. How are you?
It's great.
I know.
It runs, and somebody was on here, just went.
They been having some issues with some stuff. Pull from your cell phone to see, because I've been calling down there. And that's why I came down here, because I'm like, is the clerk down there? Here, because I know Judge King get started early. See if it's ringing. I called like a few times and it just was ringing. Yeah. You called the program, I said. Cause if someone had to let the team, I know they were having issues with the, doors. Not, they open at 8 o'clock. They didn't open. They weren't open at 8.
Notice that door is usually open with green light.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, and it wasn't.
It was red, so that.
They was having issues with that. Are you on the phone? Yeah. Oh, you told me about the cell. Yeah. Oh, you got it down. Cause it's right, see the red light on. I'll call you back. It's about that. Okay, I need to see you. You wanna come upstairs and see me more? Well, yeah, we got time. You got time? Come on, you wanna go back over? Let me. Let's not, you got an issue with something. Judge, you doing okay now?
It's fine.
Yes. You gonna get my hair done? Ms. Lamont, how you doing? How you doing? I'm good. I'm good. How's your, you look nice. I did it. No, I'm going to the funeral.
All right.
That's why I'm wanting my hair done. I gotta get it cut. I know I did it last night, but no, I need it cut. We gotta get it cut. Are you going to the funeral? Today? Yes, yeah, I could go to the funeral. I'm going to the funeral, so I'm going to. So nice. Yeah, you might as well go cut. Nice talking to you. Don't think I ain't keep them things up.
on coming in. Yeah.
Judge King. They stopped. Okay. All right. Judge King.
Judge King. This is Judge King. No, they're not in here right now. We're down to 10 o'clock, so let's get it. Thank you. Hey, what's going on, y'all? My man, what's going on with you?
Not much.
Seen your brother the other day.
Yeah. Okay.
How you doing, man?
Doing good.
See that safe out there?
Oh, yeah.
What's good, bro?
Definitely will. Definitely will. Trust me, man.
Miss you around here.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I've been used to.
You got something down here today?
No, I'm doing secondary.
Oh, okay.
Just doing secondary maintenance.
Gotcha.
I don't like it all the time. I try to stay away from the street as much as possible. Oh, sorry. I come back.
Okay.
Oh, man. That's awesome.
Trying to find out who we got, Judge King. Coleman. Jones?
Detention call, guys. They said,
Yeah, I got him on one.
so you have Collin, Jones, Payson, and Turner.
Hello, I'm stop.
Sir?
Okay. Attorney, oh, your attorneys. So there's no Rashad Foster down there? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we did. What's going on? Yes, Mr. Roberts, as he does, defense attorney, but other than that.
Okay.
Let's take this right on the next word.
Thank you.
Foster there, right?
So Foster, we go, okay.
So you don't have any, moves that's in there today?
You're the head of Mr. Foster.
All right, thank you anyway. All right.
Look,
Nope, not in DDC,
NDOC.
not there either. Not in the county jail. That's good. That's the attorney.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
Welcome.
What's up, Jess?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, how are you? Happy Friday.
I know we're 4 days of that. You do fine?
I'm going to. President, 600. And Mr. Toes.
Sorry. I was so shocked. We were really talking about that kind of content.
No, right? Wake up calls everywhere. It's not promised.
Yeah. Mr. Foster, we can't find Mr. Foster. Mr. Roberts was here. The attorney said that Mr. Barnes, he's not here in order.
Who you got?
We have no one. Mr. Roberts was here. We can't find Mr. Foster. Then Mr. Barnes and Cooper are not here.
Can't find Mr. Foster.
No. Check the jail. Check the DOC. Mr. Roberts say he scouted.
Oh, okay.
Like Mr. Roberts should have. Mr. Roberts should.
Calling case 2357286, people of the state of Michigan versus Rayshawn W. Foster. Defendant was charged with count 5, felonious assault, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 6, felony firearm, count 7, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 8, felony firearm, count 9, weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 10, felony firearm, count 11, weapons, firearms, possession by felon, count 12, felony firearm. Then it has an additional offender third offense notice. It also has case. Got 2 cases.
The second case was.
Okay. Here's for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, team number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor, Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, Jonathan Roberts, E86428, on behalf of Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster is not present today. I have no representations as to his whereabouts.
It appears that no one has because he cut his tether off. He's absconded. Court is going to issue a case, revoke his bond, and set a new bond of 100,000 cash.
And Your Honor, I don't know if it makes sense to keep these 2 cases together since there's a co-defendant, or if you'd rather move the co-defendant's case forward and then once Mr. Foster is located, then we return.
We'll proceed.
Yes, sir.
Because who knows when Mr. Foster is going to contact us.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Cooper's not here yet?
I have not seen it.
No, sir.
There he is.
Aye.
Ready, Mr. Cooper?
Oh, well, I was ready for the judge.
Where's your client?
Haven't talked to him in a few days. Don't know.
Sounds like he's in the same boat as Mr. Foster.
That's the guy.
Oh, yeah.
I can't hear it.
We're just saying that's the guy that we bent over backwards to accommodate.
You did.
Changing his 7 hours and everything. He doesn't show up. His co-defendant cut his tether off.
I wonder if they talked to each other on.
Okay. Calling case 2357286, people state Michigan versus defendant number 2, Marquise Jamal Barnes. Defendant is charged with count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 felony firearm, count 3 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 4 felony firearm, count 13 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge Lee, for Mr. Robert. Unfortunately, I've had no conversation with him in about 3 days. I tried and he's not here.
We're going to vote this bond, issue a case, and set a new bond at 100,000 cash.
Thank you, Judge, and have a good weekend.
Thank you as well. So with a, you still have that information on this Johnson? Has Mr. Dozy arrived yet?
I'll check out. There's nobody here on the Cozy case.
Okay. Those Fridays. Scott Morris. Well, in a minute it'll get better because my other defendants are in custody, so I don't have to. They're here. Right, they're here.
That's fine.
So we have defendant.
Yes, sir. Mr. Barnett, Barners.
Barman?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Mr. Barman?
Yes,
sir. What happened to you, sir? What time are you supposed to be here?
10 o'clock, sir.
What time is it?
10:20.
And that's okay to you?
Yes, sir.
What's the problem?
Traffic, and then I have my son. I have to drop my son to my hospital, bring my kids.
All right, so of course issued a warrant for your arrest, so you don't have to step in the back. Well, name, Mr. Dozy.
Sorry, sir, step back here.
This is no defendant Friday. You have a client?
Yes, I do. He's on Zoom.
Sorry,
He will be on joining us via Zoom
why is he joining us via Zoom?
because we requested it when we were last in court 2 days ago.
Okay.
And you said it was okay. It's going to be a waiver.
Oh, okay.
We have
I
interpreters
do remember that.
physically.
So your client's name is,
Michael Gomez Munoz.
I don't see it, I see it, Yanis Lozano.
Yeah, Mike. Steve.
Let's try it.
Yeah. Yeah.
These people look familiar to you, Mr. Dozy?
That's the complaining witness, Judge. I will text Mr. Munoz, Gomez Munoz right now.
Complaining witnesses with my defendant?
No, Judge, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely not.
All right.
I just got a text from him saying he's having difficulty connecting. Worst case scenario, would the court have any objection to doing it over the phone if I can't get into Zoom?
I think I would still need to see his face.
Perhaps FaceTime.
You can FaceTime if you can't Zoom.
I'm just saying, there's throwing options out there, Judge.
Okay.
I asked him to try again. So I'm gonna step on the hallway, see if I can get one.
All right.
Sorry.
What's your name? Connect your audio. It's one of those days today.
Ms. Lozano, does not speak English, so we have an interpreter for them.
Okay.
So,
This is gonna be weird, so we have two
Yeah,
interpreters. Sounds like we can only. Theoretically, you could just use one, they're gonna be interpreting everything that's said. Listen.
I have it on FaceTime. It's an option, and it is. Yes, she is. It's up to you. I mean, I see who she's here, so. I don't have to-
This just turned into one big cluster.
Well, but we're making it happen. Making it happen. Would the court like me to, how I can? Yeah. See if I can- We're ready.
I still can't see him yet.
Oh, may I approach?
Sure. This way.
Yes, sir.
I still need.
Yeah, exactly. So she will have to stand.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna place somebody. Ask me if you can hear you.
¿Usted me puede escuchar?
Sí.
Yes, I can hear you.
I can both hear you.
Sí, las dos me
Okay.
pueden escuchar.
Calling case 2357345, people of the state of Michigan versus Michelle Gomez Munoz.
Este es el caso 2305, 2345, el estado de Michigan en contra Misael Gómez Muñoz.
Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation.
El primer cargo es asalto con la intención de hacer bastante daño corporal, menos de homicidio con estrangulación.
Charged in count 2, 3, and 4, child abuse 4 through 3.
Cargo 2, 3 y 4, abuso de niños, cuarto grado.
Count 5, domestic violence.
Cargo número 5, violencia doméstica.
Parents, for the record.
Introducciones por la acta, por favor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica David for the people, P number 86743.
Good morning, Eric Rosie on behalf of Mr. Misael Gomez Munoz, P number 60310. All right.
La fiscalía hace introducción, número de registro 86743, Eric Rose representando el acusado, número de registro 6310.
Today is the date and time set for preliminary examinations. Those
Hoy es la fecha y horario para hacer la examinación preliminar. Señor Rose, ¿cómo quieres continuar?
Judge, before we begin, my client will be appearing by electronic device, FaceTime specifically. I ask that he is waiving his right to be present in the courtroom.
Su señoría, yo quiero decir que mi cliente está aquí presente en una llamada con video y porque no puede estar presente y él se renuncia a la oportunidad de estar aquí en persona.
Judge, I've had an opportunity to discuss this case with Mr. Gómez Munoz.
Yo tuve la oportunidad, su señoría, de hablar con el señor Gómez Muñoz.
He wishes to waive his right to a preliminary exam.
Él desea de renunciar el derecho de tener una examinación preliminar.
He further understands that by doing so, he'll be bound over the circuit court on the charges presented.
Y él sabe que cuando hace esto va a tener que continuar con este asunto en el fiscal circuito con todos los cargos.
Mr. Gomez Munoz, please raise your right hand.
Señor Gómez Muñoz, levanta la mano derecha.
Your other right. There you go.
La otra mano.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Usted jura y afirma de decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más la verdad frente a Dios. Yes, I swear.
Thank you, sir. You
Gracias,
understand?
señor.
You put your hand down. You
Baja
understand?
la mano.
You understand you have a statutory right to have a preliminary examination. By waiving the same, that means you won't have one. You'll be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court as you stand charged with the front one. I know that's a mouthful, I'm sorry.
Señor, usted entiende que tienes el derecho estatutorio de tener una examinación preliminar. Y cuando usted renuncia ese derecho de tener una examinación preliminar, este asunto ahora se continúa en el fiscal circuito. ¿Entiendes eso? Yes.
Do you understand the nature and the purpose of a preliminary examination?
¿Usted entiende el motivo y la natura de una examinación preliminaria? Yes.
Are you sure?
¿Usted está seguro? Yes.
You understand if you were to have one, the prosecution would have to establish that the crime you're charged with was committed in the city of Detroit, that was probably caused to be committed.
Usted entiende que si tenemos una examinación preliminar, la fiscalía necesita hacer prueba que un crimen fue cometido y que usted lo hizo. ¿Entiendes eso? Yes.
Is anyone forcing you to waive your right?
¿Alguno te esforzó de renunciar a sus derechos? No.
Has anyone promised you anything?
¿Alguno te prometió algo? No.
Are you waiving your right freely and voluntarily?
¿Y usted renuncia a su derecho de su libertad y de su voluntad?
No entiendo esa pregunta.
I don't understand that question.
Are you waiving your right to a preliminary examination on your own free will?
Usted está renunciando su derecho de tener una examinación preliminaria de su libertad. ¿Usted lo hace voluntariamente? Yes.
Are there any objections from the people?
¿Hay alguna objeción de las personas?
No objection, Your Honor.
No hay ninguna objeción, su señoría.
If the court finds the defendant's waiver is made knowingly and voluntarily freely given, the court binds the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Is arraigned on the information date and time will be July 28th, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Bond will be continued.
Thank you.
La Corte reconoce que el acusado ha renunciado su derecho de tener una examinación preliminaria de su propia libertad y este asunto ahora se mueve al fiscal circuito y va a empezar con una leída de cargos el 28 de julio a las 9 de la mañana.
Judge, the only additional thing we were going to address and we've spoken to people about this.
I'm sorry.
Sure, Judge, we were just going to address an issue with respect to the tether hours.
Su señoría, nosotros queríamos hablar con la fiscalía por la atadura electrónica.
He's gainfully employed as a cleaner, maintenance worker rather, works in Sterling Heights.
Él está empleado de un trabajo de mantenimiento en la ciudad de Sterling Heights.
He works for Target as well as the Meyer, I believe, at Van Dyke, 16 Road.
También trabaja para el negocio Target en Van Dyke 16 Mission.
His hours are 11 p.m. to 11 a.m.
Las horas son de las 11 de la mañana hasta las 11 de la noche.
7 days a week.
7 días por
I
semana.
believe it's 5 days.
Es 5 días
He's
por
working
semana.
12 hours, 5 days a week.
Y él trabaja 12 horas, 5 días por semana.
That includes travel,
También con el tiempo de viaje.
midnight to 10.
I'm sorry.
It's midnight to 10.
De medianoche hasta las 10.
I don't believe that people have any objection to. He's currently on house arrest.
Quiero que usted no tenga ninguna objeción. Ahora está en arresto de hogar. Las personas.
No objection, Your Honor.
No tenemos objeción, su señoría.
Prepare an order to that effect, Mr. Gozzi, so long as the employment is verified. I have no issue.
Thank you.
Puedes preparar un orden por eso, mientras que usted verifica el empleo. Yo no tengo ningún problema con este asunto.
Thank you, Judge.
Gracias, su señor.
All right, thank you.
Ok, gracias.
Ms. Elijah here.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Mr. Elijah here?
No, sir, Mr. Reed's going to the case, Attorney Reed,
Mr. Reed?
he's out.
Have him step on you.
Okay.
Have Mr. Reed step on you.
Yeah, can we get Turner upstairs, please?
We're together. Thank you so much.
Okay, hold on, all right, bring him up. Yeah, I think Mr. Light is downstairs talking to him. He says he's.
Don't say it. Find the back.
Oh my. Right? You're not in Houston, huh? You didn't make the trip to Houston?
No.
We gonna do that next time. Okay?
He went to Miami. My birthday was yesterday, so I sacrificed.
I got it. Next, in 2 years, we're going to the conclave. We're gonna hang out, all right?
Got you.
Hey, Shelley, did you have witnesses on that?
What about Turner?
I don't know. Yeah.
Have some fun, Mr. Reed.
Very quiet Friday so far.
No, we have an issue, defendant issues today, instead of witness issues, right?
Yeah, I mean, I like the other better. The defendant is.
Mr. Reed.
Oh, another 8. Yeah, not home, actually. So they're gonna have to get the phone.
Yes. Oh, yes. Adios. I do know that. Adios, man. Adios, señorita.
¿Me está diciendo a mí? ¿Me?
Yes,
No, no, no,
sí.
me. Thank you.
Okay, gracias. You're welcome.
Bye-bye.
What did Mr. Reed go after that?
Stepped on the other, so.
You on this CSC one?
Spring Kate, she's here, she's at.
Oh. Ready, Mr. Reed?
We are ready, Your Honor.
Calling case 2357348. People of the state of Michigan versus Leonard O'Neill Turner. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 4, unlawful imprisonment. Count 5, domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Bryn Bailey on behalf of people P84009.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Daniel Reed, P number 30965, and P number of the attorney, state your name for the record, sir. Leonard. Thank you. Defense is ready to
Time
proceed.
set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Your Honor, at this time, the complaining witness has not appeared. She was subpoenaed. We reached out to her numerous times. She was told what day and what time she was served her subpoena. And Your Honor, she has not appeared. However, when I received the body worn camera from the officer in charge on Wednesday, July 12th at 3 p.m. He did inform me that when
Objection, Your Honor. I don't even know what she's trying to do or say. I don't know if it's hearsay that's being called for at this point in time. I have no idea, but I'm being surprised with her statement now. If she's not ready to go, then that's what it is, unless she has a reasonable cause as to why the victim is not here. That's the only thing that should be.
What's your legal objection to her telling the court what's going on?
Well, if it's going to contain some hearsay, I don't know what that means, but
We're
I'm
not
just.
really dealing with the rules of evidence that she's asking for.
All right, John.
Proceed.
Your Honor, I was informed that he had spoken with the complaining witness, who indicated that the defendant had called her and threatened her, and had been repeatedly contacting her, and that she felt threatened. Your Honor, at this point, the people would ask for an adjournment if Your Honor is willing to give one to try and find her and get her here, but at this time, Your Honor, I am not able to proceed. But we have made every effort at this time, including calling her
And his
cousin.
statement about these alleged threats, did you say you made that on video?
It would be a jail call, Your Honor, which I am still awaiting from Officer Solberg.
How long is that going to take?
Your Honor, I could have them by Monday, most likely. But I would have to listen to all of them to figure out if there were actually anything substantiated in there. At this point, I am telling Your Honor, essentially, defense counsel's right, it is hearsay. But that is the information that was provided to me. There are circumstances regarding the signing of this case, Your Honor, as well as incidents that leading up to the defendant's arrest that make me, honestly, Your Honor, do believe that that is true. But at this point, I have nothing to put on the record aside from.
May it please the court, John, can we approach?
Sure.
Please. I know. I know that. I was dumb. I had never heard. That's what I got.
All right, we're back on the record. So the court is inclined to review these jail phone calls, or have the prosecutor review these phone calls to see if any of those allegations are true regarding the defendant making these alleged threats. If in fact that is the case, then I presume they still don't have a witness. They'll be proceeding on the police reports pursuant to that statute or court rule that indicates in domestic violence cases, if the defendant has something to do with the victim not showing up, the people may proceed on those police reports. If in fact it does not reveal anything out of the ordinary, first of all, the defendant shouldn't be contacted by the witness anyway, under any circumstances. But let's say the fact that he did not, then the case will be dismissed. So
Yes, in the court.
I'm going to put this over to Monday the 17th. Sorry, is that the 17th?
It's the 17th, John.
17th. Yeah, we overload this like I did. This Monday.
Monday, 9 o'clock.
I'm just grabbing my calendar, Your Honor.
Okay, so 17th, we can do at what's your calendar looking like, Mr. Reed?
9 o'clock on Monday is fine, Your Honor.
For the people as well.
Well, we probably won't have the defendant here by 9 o'clock coming from the Wayne County Jail. How about 12, Mr. Reed?
Oh, 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, John. That's fine.
I can also do that, Your Honor.
Okay, 12 o'clock. And we're gonna set it for exam, just in case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that date as well, date and time as well, Your Honor.
Yes.
Perfect, just confirming.
Okay.
Let's have a seat.
We're getting off to a rocky start.
Oh, right.
Comes with the territory.
Yeah.
You never know what we're gonna get from day to day.
Yeah, we know what I say.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what's happening. Told you about I need to get you in contact with
So.
Just a dismissal on suggestion.
The shoes are cool today.
Okay. Justin Jackson. Calling case 2357505. State of Michigan versus Justin Anthony Jackson. Defendant is charged in count 1 felony firearm, count 2 weapons ammunition possession by felon, count 3 weapons firearm possession by felon, count 4 domestic violence. And has a visual and safety.
Good morning, Your Honor. Jessica David off for the people, P number 86743.
And good morning, Judge King. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Service, Carrie Martin, the 84592, appearing on behalf of Mr. Justin Jackson, who stands to my left. State your full name.
Justin Anthony Jackson. Today is the date and time set for your examination. Are you ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor, we do not have a complainant present and they do not receive that intent.
We will move for dismissal.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
He's also there. Just a word.
Ms. Grant. Ms. Grant. Cold. Are you cold? Whether there's a different APDs. Turn to be cold. Oh, cow. Is that cold?
Not here yet.
The turn, is that right?
Oh, no.
You want my cold.
So the attorney called, he said, "Work, work." Okay, he's working a little late. Okay. Work or just. How?
Just have to sign in the Zoom.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my witness is in a wheelchair. As far as the microphone, I'm situated there. So
Absolutely.
Bridget, last name Gaichua. Thank you.
Has the defense counsel shown it?
I don't believe so. I think this is stuck at my property. Right back there.
I need to do it. It's continuous.
So
Into the meeting.
the officer in charge.
Good weekend, everyone.
See what I said about waiting on the attorneys? Yes, sir.
I see a chart from. Worry about that. Thank you.
So UPDR is telling Judge Jefferson they don't enter the retained. That's what they said.
On the detainees, the correct, we don't do that. Okay.
More shit.
person who you need to serve as much. Oh, I just voted. You need to say. Yeah.
Still remain attorney.
So this is the kind of thing that throws my document. Even though we need too much. Where's Mr. Kobe? Someone said he was stuck in Frank Murphy. Somebody's supposed to be. Yeah, Mr. Miller is, yeah, he's supposed to be seeking the water. The attention to. So when you get a chance, I want to get Mr. Barner back. So you guys can cut him loose.
He's, you want him out now, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Recalling 2357286, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Marquise Jamal Barner. Defendant is charged in count 4, weapons, felony firearm. Sorry, count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, felony firearm. Count 5, assault with a dangerous weapon. Strike that. This is defendant number 2, right? Okay, it's charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree. Count 2, felony firearm. Count 3, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 4, felony firearm. Count 13, domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
What's your name, sir?
Marquise Jamal Barner.
Mr. Barner. You're supposed to be here at 10 o'clock. Is
Yes,
that right?
sir. Yes, sir.
You showed up at 10:30?
Yes, sir.
Why is that, sir?
I had my son this morning. I got off of work at 2 o'clock. I couldn't drop him off last night because the time I got up. So this morning when I got up, I got him ready, sent my other daughter to her mom and then drop my son off to his mother, and I came straight down here. But I would have brought them out.
You knew about this court date since June 27th.
Yes, sir. I'm full-time parent, sir. I have no kids.
That's nice. What does that have to do with you being here on court on time?
It's my fault. I can't even make no excuse. It's my fault.
I bent over backwards, adjusting your tethering hours and all kinds of good stuff for you.
Yes, sir.
This is how you pay. So people, this matter was scheduled for 10 o'clock, which the plaintiff didn't show up.
No, Your Honor, the complainant witness was not present. I will indicate to the court that she was contacted before and she said she would be present. So we were going to be ready to proceed to the exam. In calling, trying to contact her several times this morning, we could not get in touch with her. So I do have some concerns, given the fact that the other defendant, Mr. Foster, cut off his tether and did not appear to court. So I have not been able to have any contact with the complainant to find out if she's okay, why she didn't appear, because she did say she was going to appear. So Would ask for an adjournment. Would ask for an adjournment.
So, Mr. Foster, I have a couple of options at my disposal. I can make sure for certain that you are not late for your next court date. And I can keep you here till Monday to ensure that you're here on time.
So I will be here.
I thought you would be here this morning, but you weren't. What happens if you get off work late again, you have to get your kids somewhere?
Sir, I will be here. I have no reason to hide. I don't have not bad mood or nothing. As far as what you said about Mr. Foster, that has nothing to do with me. The complainant, that's the mother of my child. Everything is okay. I will be here because I need this off my name. I have a clean record and we'll keep that.
Give you one last opportunity, sir. If I were you, I would be early.
Yes, sir.
Not late, not even on time, but early.
Yes, sir.
On Monday. What time did we set it for Monday? Oh, no, we didn't set it for Monday. Because the other defendant, Kate. Set it for July 17th at 1:30. That way you won't have any excuse about getting your kid where they need to be. Because you don't have to be here until 1:30. If I was you, I would be here at 1 o'clock, a little later than 1:15. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can say it earlier than that. I will be here. It won't be no excuses. I will be here.
Okay, we'll see. July 17th, court is recalling Kate to the issue earlier. Reinstate.
Appreciate it, bro.
Ms. Sanford here? Is that Mr. Cohen over there?
Yes, Your Honor, good morning.
Snuck in here, I see you.
I apologize for being late, Your Honor. I was stuck with Judge Walker doing the Hobbs and sentencing.
Is Ms. Sanford here?
No, Judge.
Okay, let's go, Mr. Cohen. Antonio Collins.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna go through the short little step in front of that. Sure. Okay.
Calling case 1-9-60964, people of the state of Michigan versus Antonio Benito Collins. Defendant charged in count 1 assault with the dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has an additional for the second offense notice. He also has case 22-60887, charged in count 1 assault with intent to murder, count 2 assault with intent to murder, count 3 assault with intent to murder, count 4 assault with intent to murder, count 5 assault with intent to murder, count 6 child abuse second degree, count 7 child abuse second degree, count 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12 assault with a dangerous weapon. Defendant has an additional for the third offense notice. Here's the show record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P78491.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jonathan Cohen, P86151, appearing in person with Mr. Antonio Cowan, who is present in person and in custody. Mr. Cowan, can you please state your name for the court?
Antonio Cowan. Designate time set for preliminary examination of both matters. Are we ready to proceed?
The people are ready, Judge.
In this case, are you proceeding one first?
Your Honor's discretion, we go chronologically to 2019.
Okay, we'll do that.
And I have 2 witnesses, Your Honor,
Okay.
for both cases.
So again, we're calling case 1-9-60964 versus Antonio Benito Collins.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask for mutual sequestration. I don't recognize faces and I don't think anyone.
I have some interns and some employees in the courtroom, and others are officers and employees.
Thank you, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time.
The people call Miss Bridget Gaither.
What happened to my other interns? Oh, shoot, okay. Got a long range of it. That's right. The last speak directly to us. Yes, sir. Before we do that, can you get you to raise your right hand? You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gaither, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
You remember talking to me in that room to the side of us shortly ago, correct?
Yes.
So you know why we're here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I want to start with a date of October 24th of 2019, okay?
Yes.
On that date, were you in the area of 8055 Stockton Street in the city of Detroit, County of Warren?
Yes.
What's at that location?
That's where we lived there.
When you say we, who was living at that house at that time?
Antonio Cowan, my daughter Brianna Gaither, my oldest son Vincent Clanton Jr., and my twin boys Will Antonio Jr. and Santonio Cowan.
Okay. And were they all in the home on that date to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Antonio Benito Cowan to you?
Antonio Benito Cowan is the father of my twins.
Okay. And just for the record then, what are your twins' names?
Antonio Deshaun Cowan Jr., Santonio Daniel Cowan.
And how old are they today?
5 years old.
So back in 2019, how old would they have been?
Two.
Two? Do you see anyone that you recognize as Antonio Benito Cowan in the courtroom right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to point in the direction where you see this individual and identify something that he's wearing, okay?
Yes,
Okay, can you do that right now?
he's right there. He's wearing them glasses.
And do you know what color he's wearing?
It looked like he had on a green color.
Your Honor, I'd ask for in-court identification of Mr. Cowan at this time.
So noted.
Okay. So I want to take you back to that 2019 date in October, okay?
Yes,
All right. Do you remember something significant happening that day to you?
you said 2018?
2019. Do you remember an incident that happened in 2019, October 24th at that address?
I don't remember the year.
Okay, let me ask you this. You're in a wheelchair today, correct, Ms.?
Yes.
Okay. Have you always been in a wheelchair?
No, ma'am.
Okay. When did you first have to use a wheelchair?
After Antonio hit me with the car, me and my daughter.
Okay, do you remember roughly when that was? Was it 2020?
December the 7th, 2022.
Okay. Before that time, did you have mobility at all?
Yes, I was able to walk on my own.
Since that incident, has anything else physically affected you as far as walking or speech or anything like that?
All the above, the walking, the speech.
Okay. So let me ask you about your speech. You and I have never spoken prior to this incident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you speak differently then than you do now?
Yes.
Okay. How do you think?
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. How is your speech different now than it was back then?
I stutter a lot, and my words get twisted where it won't come out right.
Have you had any kind of therapy or treatment for speech?
The doctor recommended me to do physical therapy, outpatient therapy, which is OPT, and speech therapy.
Okay. Since that recommendation, have you actually gotten speech therapy?
I haven't gotten it yet. I just have occupational therapy and physical therapy right now.
Now, let me ask you this. Has your memory been affected at all since 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
How so? How did it change?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. I'm gonna strike that question, okay? How would you rate your memory now? Is it good, fair, or something else?
Something else.
Okay. But when I'm referring to this October 2019 date, is that something that you remember happening?
No, ma'am.
And when did you first start experiencing some memory problems?
After the first incident I had with Antonio.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
I don't know what year it was.
Okay. Tell us what happened at that time.
Me and my daughter was sitting at the table. Oh, Jesus.
Sorry, I object based on relevance.
Judge, given the memory problems, I ask for a little bit of leeway as far as the date goes. If I can ask one or two very leading questions, but very brief questions to get the ball rolling, Judge. Ms. Gaither, do you recall an incident where you were injured by some sort of weapon?
Yes.
Okay. When was that? By Mr. Cowan, at Mr. Cowan's hands? Do you remember an incident involving Mr. Cowan?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what kind of weapon was used?
A butter knife.
Okay. And if I told you that the date of that offense was October 24th, 2019, you don't have any reason to dispute that right now, do you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, focusing on that date, were you and your children all in the home at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the court what happened at that time?
Me and my daughter was sitting at the table playing the phone on our game.
Now, let me stop you there. Who's your daughter? Which daughter?
Brianna Gaither.
Okay. Now, is Mr. Cowan the father of Brianna Gaither?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you're at the table with Brianna and you were on your phone, is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, continue on from there. What happened?
We were sitting there playing our game. The boys was in the front watching TV. And I saw Antonio come out of our bedroom.
he went in the kitchen, then he came out the kitchen, walked behind me, and he stuck me with the butter knife on my left side.
Okay, let me ask you this. We're gonna break that down a little bit, okay?
Yes.
Do you remember Mr. Collins saying anything to you prior to that happening?
No,
Okay. Was there any sort of reason for him to have been upset at that time?
not that I know of.
Okay. So you're sitting at, did you say a kitchen table?
At the dining room table.
Dining room table, okay. And were you looking down or at something else at that time?
I was looking at my phone.
Okay. And do you recall Mr. Collins saying anything to you up until the point that you got stabbed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you indicated your left side. Where exactly did you feel contact with that knife on the left side?
By my breast, by my heart, and by my breast.
Okay. Your Honor, for the record, the witness is motioning to her left side, and she verbally said that that was near her left breast.
So.
Did you actually see this knife in Mr. Collins?
No, ma'am.
So how did you know what it was?
After he stuck me, he dropped it.
Okay. And did you see the knife after that?
Yes.
What did it look like?
It was silver.
Okay. Was it a knife that you had seen previously in your home?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How were you feeling at that time?
I was scared.
When was the first time that you saw the knife? Was it before or after it made contact with your body?
After it made contact with my body.
Okay. And that hurt?
Yes.
Okay. And again, how were you feeling otherwise at that time?
I was scared. I was paranoid, and I thought I was about to die.
Why did you think that?
Because the blood was coming out so fast.
Okay. Did you see where, if anywhere, Mr. Collins went to, or did he stay in that room?
He left the home.
Okay. Do you know where he went to?
No, ma'am.
And the time, while he's approaching you, to the time that he leaves the home, to the best of your recollection, did you hear him say anything to you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you live there, or excuse me, did Mr. Collins live there with you and your children?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, you share those two twin boys, Antonio and Antonio.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And no further questions on this case, Judge.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gaten.
Good afternoon, sir.
For this incident we were talking about with the butter knife back in approximately 2019, were you on any kind of medication at the time back then?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what kind of medication you were taking back then?
I was taking medicine for seizure, my blood pressure.
Were you taking any other medication back then?
No, just for that.
Have you been diagnosed with schizophrenia or any other mental health disorders?
Not until after the incident happened with me and Antonio.
And are you talking about the incident in December of 2022 with the vehicle?
I was seeking treatment then before that incident, sir.
Were you seeking treatment for mental health issues?
Yes. Excuse me, I have to go to the bathroom real bad.
Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Let's have Bailey step in.
Okay.
Hey there, Mr. Cooper.
Perfect place to stand.
Mr. Cooper, your client finally did show up.
I'm sorry.
Your client, Mr. Burner, did show up. We put his matter over till Monday.
Monday?
Monday at 12 o'clock.
Okay. I just have one sentencing in Frank Murphy, so 12 o'clock is perfect.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day. Enjoy your weekend.
Okay. Wait, is he home or is he in his new home?
I'll let him go.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
All right. Calling case 2357525, people of the state of Michigan versus Oscar Lamar Bailey. Defendant's charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has an original offender second offense codes. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Jessica David for the people, P number 86743.
Good afternoon, Attorney Monique Stanford, P62315 on behalf of Oscar Bailey.
Mr. Bailey, tell us your name for the record. Oscar Bailey. There's date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
No, Your Honor, I do not have a complainant present, and I can't continue without their testimony.
I'd ask for this matter to be dismissed, Your Honor.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Good to see you. Have a good day.
I already filled it out. It's okay. I'm just waiting.
Seems like I went out and I did. At that time, she was back. My second one, I get more social security and plus her mom. She not listening. Back to her. Way before that, she's not going to tell you what her problem is. Okay, lower your voice a little bit. Oh.
Everybody, Mr. Thomas.
All right, witness, yeah, okay, great. Okay. Okay, so we go back to where you were. Yeah, I understand.
Okay, we are back on the record on case number 1960964, people versus Antonio. You may proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Gaither, I was asking, and I apologize for prying, but have you been diagnosed with any mental health issues like, for example, schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, anxiety, anything of that nature?
Anxiety,
Anything else?
that's all I remember, so.
And other than the blood pressure medication and the seizure medication that you told us about, were you taking any other kind of prescription medication back in October of 2019?
Just Motrin for my back pain.
And your speech, the way that you talk now, it's similar to how you spoke back in October of 2019. Is that fair to say? If you recall. Now, you and Mr. Cowan were not having any kind of an argument or a fight prior to this incident, correct?
I'm about to get hit by the car accident?
No, ma'am. The incident you talked about with the knife. Prior to that incident, you and Mr. Cowan were not arguing or fighting, correct?
Not that I know of, sir.
And after you say he stuck you with the knife, Mr. Cowan didn't say anything to you, correct?
Correct.
He just dropped the knife and left?
Yes.
The evening of that incident, had you consumed any alcohol or marijuana or any other intoxicant?
No, sir.
And prior to your testimony today, have you spoken to anyone about this incident?
No.
Has anyone told you what to say?
No.
Did anybody have you read police reports or statements?
No.
Or have you watched any camera footage before testifying today?
Yeah, I watched the footage of the incident.
You watched some body worn camera footage?
Yes, sir.
And did that?
Judge, just for clarification, can I ask a question of what, as far as what video, because I think we're confusing the cases now. So I did show surveillance video, I just like that clarified, which is fine.
I don't think you can do that in the middle of this.
I'm sorry, I just want clarification for the record.
Clarify which video you're talking about.
Sure. Ma'am, did you watch any camera footage related to this incident you testified to today about the butter knife?
No.
Given that Mr. Cowan didn't say anything before the knife made contact with you, do you know whether you being stuck with the knife was on purpose or an accident? If you know.
I think it was something that he wanted to do. Because I can't put it how I want to put it. I think he did it because that's something he wanted to do.
So you don't feel it was accidental?
No, sir.
Mr. Cowan, back in 2019, have been diagnosed with some pretty serious mental health issues.
I don't
As far as
object is irrelevant, Judge, this type of mental issues.
I think his state of mind is relevant as to his intentions and.
She can't testify as to his intentions, he's saying.
After this incident, ma'am, you got back together with Mr. Cowan, is that true?
Okay, excuse me, sir. I'm looking at you, staring you in your eye, but I can see Mr. Cowan doing this and that's bothering me. And it's doing something to me. It's not making me feel comfortable at all.
And I understand, Your Honor, if I can have a quick moment to address my client with respect to that issue.
Yeah, because he's not helping himself, that's for sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize for that. Let me ask the question again, if that's okay. After this incident with the butter knife that you testified to, you got back together with Mr. Cowan in a relationship?
Yes.
You continue to live with Mr. Cowan and your children?
Yes.
And this, can you describe this butter knife for us? You said it was silver. Can you tell us anything else about it?
That's all I could tell you about it, sir, as it was silver.
Did, you said the wound bled a lot, right?
Yes, sir.
When, by the time the police, well, you called police, right?
My daughter called the police. Brianna gave.
By the time the police arrived, is it fair to say that the wound was not bleeding at all? If you recall.
It was bleeding.
When the police were there?
Yeah.
Did you receive any kind of medical attention for that?
Yes.
And can you tell us what medical attention you received for that wound?
They told me to stay calm and they applied some type of pressure to it to stop it from constantly bleeding. And after that, they put me on an ambulance and I went to the hospital.
And what treatment did you get at the hospital for that wound?
The only treatment I remember is getting treatment for my liver.
So you don't recall them doing anything for the wound from the butter knife?
I don't recall because I had to get surgery that night as well.
For something unrelated to the butter knife though, correct?
I don't remember.
And you said these memory issues have become a problem for you after December of 2022?
Yes.
I don't believe I have any further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Just two questions. Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Gaither, as far as your memory goes, is your memory affected by what you, as to what you just testified to, or do you remember exactly what happened that day with that butter knife?
I remember what happened that day with the butter knife.
Okay. So even though you have some memory issues now because of another incident that we'll get to later, you still remember clearly what happened to you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you ask him to hit you with the butter knife?
No, ma'am.
And when he's coming towards you, did it appear that he fell?
No, he did not fall.
No further questions.
All right.
Nothing based on that.
Just for this case.
No other witnesses in this case?
Not in this case, Judge.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over as charged. The only felony count we're dealing with is felonious assault.
There's been testimony from Ms. Gaither that Mr. Cowan, she identified in the courtroom, approached her with a butter knife and using her words, stuck her in the side. She testified near her left breast and that it was bleeding as a result. She testified that he did not appear to fall, that her mind this wasn't accidental but intentional, judge, and that she was scared and that she was also injured, judge. I believe that for a probable cause statement, that's not my burden for that. That's the final one. On that charge as well, the misdemeanor too.
Mr. Cole?
Your Honor, without any information about the severity of the injury, except to say that it was bleeding, I would argue that the evidence was insufficient with respect to the butter knife as a dangerous weapon. Since we have no description of the butter knife.
She was stabbed with a butter knife. I think common meaning of a butter knife is a common kitchen butter knife that typically every household has. She indicates that this defendant stabbed her with it to the point where she was bleeding. I don't think there's any serious doubt that the burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause for this listed in the defendant will be bound over to White County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division. It's a random on information date, time of July 21st, 2023, 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Your Honor, one final matter on that case number. The court issued an order of competency or finding of competency on the other matter we're here for today. And I wasn't sure whether that order of competency actually included the case number for this case. And I just wanted to make sure procedurally that the court had made that finding of competency on this case.
According to this file, on June 30th, 2023, this court held the competency stage.
Very good. And we have no issues with respect to that. I just wanted to make sure that the record was clear on that. Thank you.
No problem. On case 2260887 versus Antonio Cowan. Again, the defendant is charged with count 1 through 4 assault, 1 through 5 assault with murder, counts 6 and 7 child abuse second degree, counts 8 through 12 assault with a dangerous weapon. Then has a provision of the third instance.
Thank you, Judge. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, case 78491.
And good afternoon again, Your Honor. Jonathan Cohen from Neighborhood Defender Service, key 86151, appearing in person with Mr. Antonio Cowan, who's present and in custody. Mr. Cowan, can you please state your name before again?
Antonio Benito Cowan.
All right. So people are ready to proceed in this matter as well?
Yes, Your Honor. May I have one moment just to log back in on the computer?
Sure. Actually, it's still here. And I still have you as a public.
Okay, good. It's pretty much flat. Sorry. Ready to proceed now.
Okay.
People call Ms. Bridget Gaither again.
Ma'am, please raise your right hand again. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you very much. You may begin with the-
Your Honor, I have shared the screen just to set it up, but I'm not playing anything this time.
Okay.
Ms. Gaither?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you some follow-up questions, okay? Some of them might be repetitive from the first time, but we're making it right, okay?
Yes.
Do you know an Antonio Benito Cowan?
Yes.
How do you know him?
He's the father of my children.
And are those children Santonio Cowan and Antonio Cowan Jr.?
Yes.
And how old are they right now?
5,
And you indicated at one point that you have another son named Vincent Clanton Jr., is that correct?
yes,
And how old is he?
13,
Is Mr. Mr. Antonio Cowan, the father of Vincent?
no,
And you also indicated you have a daughter named Brianna Gaither, is that okay?
yes,
Okay, how old is she?
16,
16. Okay. Now, I want to take your attention to December 7th of 2022. Do you remember that date?
yes,
Were you still living at 8055 Stockton Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
yes,
Okay. And just for the record, do you see an Antonio Cowan in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you point and say something he's wearing?
He's over there wearing them glasses.
Okay. Judge, I ask for in-court identification of Mr. Antonio Cowan at this time. So that December 7th, 2022 date, do you remember seeing Mr. Cowan at that address that you were living at with him?
Yes,
Okay. And did something happen that made you want to stay or leave that house at some point that day?
yes.
Can you tell the court what happened?
He was talking to himself,
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Antonio Cowan.
And do you know what, if anything, he was saying?
All I remember is he was talking about killing people. That's all I remember.
You don't remember him saying any names of any
No,
people?
he didn't say no name.
And while he's saying that, how'd that make you feel?
It made me feel very uncomfortable
Why?
because the expression that was on his face, it looked like he wanted to really hurt or kill somebody.
Who was in the home at that time, that day?
It was me, my daughter Brianna, my son Vincent, and my twin boys.
Okay. Now, after you see him saying these things, what, if anything, do you do?
I stay away.
Okay. Did you stay in the house for the rest of the
Yes.
day? Okay. Did you leave at any point in time, or did you stay in the house that whole time?
Stay in the house the whole time.
What happened next?
Me and the kids just kept our distance from him, and he was steady ranting about killing people. So I decided to take my children with me and go to the store. After I was gonna go to the store, I was gonna leave and never come back.
Okay, let me ask you this. So at the time of this incident, the Stockton Street, is it near any major streets?
I don't know no major street over there besides Nevada.
Okay, so do you ultimately leave your home that day?
Yes,
Okay, and did all of your children go with you?
yes,
Okay, and what was your plan after you left that house?
to get away from him.
Did you have any idea of where you would land, where you would end up?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you exit a door of the house?
The side door.
Okay. And how many doors to the home are there?
3.
Okay. And you exited out the side door?
Yes.
Okay. While you're leaving, do you see Mr. Cowan anywhere?
Could you repeat that, please?
So as you're leaving with your children, do you see Mr. Cowan as you're leaving?
Yes.
Where is he at?
At that time, he was in the kitchen, but when we all made it outside, me, my daughter Brianna, Vincent, and the twins, he comes out the kitchen, out the side door, and asks me what's going on.
Did you respond at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how were you feeling at that time?
I was feeling uncomfortable.
Okay.
I was feeling scared too.
Okay. Did he actually, and by he I mean Mr. Cowan, did he actually exit the house or did he stay inside when he said that to you?
When he said that to me, he was outside the house. He was on the side of the house by the side door.
Okay, and what happened next?
I didn't respond to him, and I told my children, let's go.
Okay, so where do you end up going, if anywhere?
Instead of us going to the store, we went on looking towards Van Dyke, and we turned around like that, and we saw him get in the car, and when we got on the other side of Van Dyke, next thing I know, the car was coming towards us, and I pushed my sons out the way.
Okay, let's talk about this car. Had you seen this car before?
Yes,
Okay, what kind of car was it?
A 2016 Dodge Caravan.
Whose car was it?
It was in my name and Antonio's name.
Okay, and where would that car typically be kept? I want to give it back.
In front of our home.
And that day you indicated you saw the van?
Yes.
Okay, and then you also indicated that you saw Mr. Cowan get in that van, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
Okay, how many sets of keys were there to that van?
2.
Okay, who had possession of those 2 sets typically?
Antonio Cowan.
And, but had you driven that van before yourself?
Never drove it since we had it.
So how far away is your house relative to Van Dyke?
You say how far is my house?
You said you were heading towards Van Dyke, is that correct?
Yes.
How long does it take you to walk from your house to Van Dyke?
At least 1 minute.
Okay. Now, what is your pace? How fast are you moving while you're walking with your kids that day?
I was moving. I actually was speed walking.
Okay. Now, again, you're in a wheelchair right now, correct?
Yeah.
Were you in a wheelchair on that December 7th date?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What led to you being in a wheelchair? Was it this incident or something unrelated?
This incident.
Okay. So, do you ultimately make it across Van Dyke with your children?
As soon as we made it across Van Dyke, as soon as I made it across Van Dyke with my children, that's when he wound up hitting me and my daughter.
What is the last thing you remember seeing?
The last thing I remember seeing is the van coming towards us, me and my children. I pushed my boys out the way. Next thing I noticed, I was on the ground and I saw Antonio exit our vehicle. And he walked past me, he looked at me and kept walking. And I asked my.
My objection is narrative, there's no question.
Let's get some questions.
Okay, so you indicated that you saw Mr. Cowan get out of the van, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, did you see him do?
He just walked past me. And I saw him try to wave, stop the bus, it didn't stop.
Did he say anything to
He
you?
didn't say nothing to me.
How long after the impact did you see him leave the scene? Or attempt to leave the scene?
Right after it happened.
Did he didn't catch the bus, is that what you said?
No, he didn't catch the bus, it didn't stop.
Did he stay there or did he go somewhere else?
He went somewhere else.
Okay, and while you're walking across Van Dyke, are all your children near you?
Yes.
Okay, how close are they to you while you're all walking across Van Dyke?
We're right close to each other.
Had you already crossed the street by the time that you saw the van or the van was approaching you? Or were you in the midst of crossing the street?
In the midst of crossing the street.
Okay. And on impact, do you recall being hit by the van or do you recall something else?
I recall the impact, I recall getting hit by it.
Okay, where on your body do you remember being hit by it?
Only pain I felt at that moment was my ankle and my foot.
Now, when you realize you've been hit, are you standing up, sitting down?
I was on the ground, helpless.
Okay, and did you see where your children were at that time?
I saw my boys, but I didn't see my daughter Brianna Gator.
And did you see that vehicle strike anybody else that you were with?
At that time, after it struck me, I didn't know that it had struck my daughter.
Okay. You were in a room with me next door for a little while before this hearing, correct?
Yes.
You recall me showing you a video?
Yes.
I showed you 2 videos of that, correct?
Yes.
Now, that first video, I asked you to identify who was in that video, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember if you were able to do that?
Yes.
Okay. If I were to show you that video again, would you be able to do the same thing for the court and myself here today?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the screen. Okay? Do you recognize having seen this video before?
Today is actually my first time seeing it.
Okay, but the first time was with me in that room next
Yes.
door, right? Okay. Now, do you know, this is a surveillance camera, correct?
Yes.
Do you know where this camera is located at in relation to where you live?
Van Dyke and Stockton at the liquor store on the corner.
Okay, so, can I push the screen, Judge?
Yeah.
Ms. Gaither, I'm going to point something out. I just want you to help me identify, okay? This white building to the left, do you see it?
Yes,
Is that a street or is that something else?
the white building is something else. It's a flower shop.
Okay, is that connected to a street of any kind?
It's connected, it's in my corner of Van Dyke and Stockton.
Okay, and Stockton is where you live, right?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this other street we see here? You can see a car with headlights on. Do you recognize that street?
That's Van Dyke.
Okay, all right. And again, you remember seeing this video with me a few minutes ago, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, this video is 2 minutes and 59 seconds long. I just plan on playing the first minute or so of it, Judge.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right here, okay?
Yeah.
You okay? Judge, may I approach the tissue?
Yes.
Okay. Almost done. Okay. Now I'm looking at this. You said it. Oh shoot, sorry, Judge. You said it was a flower shop, correct? That white building?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see anything near that building right now?
Me and my children.
Okay. And is it this clump right here, this of people? Is that you and your children?
Yeah.
Okay. And you remember being by that shop on this day,
Yeah.
correct? Okay. Ms. Gaither, where are you heading at this time? To or away from your house?
Away from my home.
Okay. Are you heading towards Van Dyke?
Yes.
Okay. And you see you and all of your children,
yes.
correct? Okay. Now, is there a crosswalk right there, or were you just moving any which way you could?
I was waiting for traffic to clear across the street with my children.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right here. We're almost done. Couple more questions, okay? I promise you. Do you recognize this vehicle that's just pulled up in front of that flower shop? Okay. How do you know that vehicle?
That's our vehicle.
And to your knowledge, who was driving that vehicle at that time?
Antonio.
Okay. Did you see that whole video?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you see that van do in that video?
They ran us over there.
Now, you said you suffered some injuries as a result of this?
Yeah.
What happened? What were you treated for, if anything?
I had to get surgery on my leg and they had to put some screws in there.
Were any of your other children injured at all?
Yes.
Okay, who?
Brianna.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you remember happening to Brianna?
He broke her neck. He broke her leg.
Your Honor, I object on the grounds that it calls for hearsay and that this witness lacks personal knowledge with respect to the
It's
injuries.
not a court statement. How do you know that's personal knowledge? This is her mother.
And so because the foundation has not been laid for whether this witness has personal knowledge of the nature and severity of the injury, that's the basis of my objection.
I can ask a follow-up question, Judge, but they will. Ms. Gaither, when you saw Brianna for the first time after the impact, how close were you to her?
I was away from her.
Okay. Could you see her clearly?
No.
Okay. At some point, do you see her?
I didn't see my daughter until the ambulance came and got us.
Okay. And did you go with your daughter to the hospital?
Yes, we was in the same ambulance.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was your daughter treated for injuries at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was your daughter injured at all prior to this incident happening?
No, she wasn't injured before it happened.
Okay. And where were your other children at that time? Were they still in the vicinity or did they go somewhere else?
They was right there.
When you see that van, okay, are you walking at that time or are you standing still with you and your kids across the street? Across the street. Now, you see the van coming to you, towards you or no?
Yeah.
Did it appear to be moving fast or slow?
Fast.
No further questions, Judge.
Cross-examine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, if I may, people move to admit what was proposed exhibit 1. I have it on at this,
Any objection?
Purposes of exam number.
Admit.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Ma'am, do you need a minute? Just let us know when you're ready, okay?
How many times I went up on that, I took it up.
Hey, this is not what we're gonna do, sir. Be quiet. No, you can't say a word.
Well, let me leave then.
Goodbye.
I get out of here.
Have a good day.
I get out of here then. I don't have to deal with this.
You sure don't?
I sure don't.
Ready.
Your Honor, just for the record, I just wanted to state that Mr. Cowan said some things in court and then appears to have voluntarily left the preliminary examination and waived his own presence thereby.
So noted.
Thank you. Ms. Gaither, in your time living on Stockton, in your relationship with Mr. Cowan, there have been times prior to this incident in December of 2022 when you would take the kids, leave the house and go for a walk. Is that true?
I wasn't able to do that. It's not true.
So you would never, for example, if there was an argument or a fight with you and Mr. Cowan prior to this incident in December 2022, you would never take the kids and take them for a walk up to Van Dyke?
I could try, but he wouldn't let me, sir.
When you say he wouldn't let you, are you saying that he would come and pick you up right after you left? Or just that you couldn't leave the house?
Couldn't leave the house, sir.
There's a cemetery not too far from where you live, where your mother is buried. Is that true?
Judge, I'm gonna ask for relevance at this time.
Just going to have it as far as walking up in that direction and being picked up.
Why is that relevant as to this particular day?
To show that this particular incident was an accident, as far as there being lots of prior similar incidents not involving hitting. But it may be that she's already denied that this ever happened, so I was trying to get around it to find out if she ever did this.
I'll give you some attitude.
Thank you. Ms. Gaither, I'm just asking if you would ever take the kids and go for a walk, visit your mother's grave at the cemetery nearby where you live. Would you do that sometimes?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes would that be to get out of the house from Mr. Cowan?
Yes, sir.
And again, we're talking about before this incident. Would Mr. Cowan sometimes come and pick you and the kids up after you would leave to go on these walks?
No, sir.
You would always walk back on your own?
Yes, sir.
Now, on this date, December 2022, is it fair to say that Mr. Cowan was acting erratically?
Just that name, sir.
He wasn't acting normal. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
He doesn't normally, or back then in December of 2022, it wouldn't be normal for him to, as you say, rant steadily about killing people. right?
Could you repeat that one more time, please?
Sure. Back in December of 2022, it was not normal for Mr. Cowan to rant about killing people. Is that true?
Sure.
So when he was doing this right before you left, this was something out of the norm for you and for Mr. Cowan, right?
Was that a normal from what, sir?
Was he acting strangely or bizarrely in any other way on December 7th of 2022?
The body language, the facial expression, the hand movement, and the words coming out of his mouth.
And he was talking to himself quite a bit that day, is that true?
Yes.
And was that normal for Mr. Cowan to talk to himself back in December of 2022 or prior?
I'm going out with you.
If you remember. Now, you've known Mr. Cowan for many years, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that he's been diagnosed with some pretty severe mental health disorders.
I'm gonna object this to relevance, Judge. Okay.
So my response now is that these are specific intent crimes, and his state of mind at the time as to whether.
She can't testify as to his state of mind.
No, but
I didn't even want her to testify as to her own state of mind. She wanted to testify as to his.
No, Your Honor, I don't want her to testify to Mr. Cowan's state of mind. I want to ask her questions to be able to provide the court with some circumstantial evidence with which it might infer a lack of specific intent to kill in this particular case. I'm not trying to get out what his diagnoses are. I'm just asking if she's aware that he has been diagnosed with some, and I could ask it a different way.
The hearsay that you objected to when the prosecutor was talking about her daughter?
So asking whether she's aware doesn't call for the hearsay statements. If I were to ask her, do you know what you've been
That's assuming
diagnosed?
facts, not evidence.
Asking her if she's aware of the mental health issues that he has?
Yes.
Well, how can I find out whether she knows something without
I
asking?
do it through this witness.
I can't ask her what she knows?
How would she know that?
So, but again, it's not, oh, okay, so you're saying that she doesn't have personal knowledge or that the knowledge would be based on hearsay?
Based on what she heard from someone else, actually.
Okay. Prior to December of 2022, when this incident happened, in your experience with Mr. Cowan, has he ever acted erratically, strangely, acted in a crazy manner?
I have seen
Has he talked to himself before December of 2022?
I didn't hear you, man.
I don't remember.
You remember whether Mr. Cowan would seem like he was talking to people that weren't there?
I don't remember.
Do you know whether Mr. Cowan was taking any psychiatric medications back in December of 2022?
Judge, I'm gonna object again, state grounds. I think we're far in the weeds, how she said what she knows of, that he's acted erratically before, specific she does not know. So I'm not sure where we're going with this line of questioning.
Well, she can testify as to whether she knows he's taking some medication.
So ma'am, I'll just repeat the question. Do you know whether Mr. Cowan was taking medication back in December of 2022?
Yes.
Do you know what medication he was taking?
No, I remember one and I was finished rather have some sleep. I don't know the name of the other one.
This 2016 Dodge Caravan, this is a car that you and Mr. Cowan purchased,
Yes,
and you purchased that February of 2022, is that correct?
yes,
On Valentine's Day?
yes,
And this was purchased from Car Source, is that the name of the dealership?
yes.
And between February of 2022 and December of 2022, you and Mr. Cowan had some significant problems with that vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
The car would break down from time to time?
no,
Do you recall having the car, the engine not functioning to the point where you and Mr. Cowan had to actually push the vehicle back to the dealership?
we pushed it to a dealer shop and it stayed there for 4 days and they fixed the problem.
But you do remember that incident?
Yes,
And do you recall seeing the check engine light on throughout your ownership of the vehicle from February to December of 2020?
until they fixed the engine, yes. Once the engine got fixed, we no longer saw that light anymore.
Do you remember where you got the vehicle repaired?
And car stores.
I don't think I have any other questions. Thank you for your time.
Can you redirect?
Ms. Gaither, do you remember if the car got fixed before or after this incident?
Before the incident,
How long before the incident? Talking weeks, months, or something else?
it was like in May or June, I'm not for sure.
So to your knowledge, between May and June and this December date, did you have any additional car trouble with the van?
No, no, ma'am.
Did you see any sort of lights popping up or
No,
something?
ma'am.
No further questions.
I'm very, very briefly based on that. Ms. Gaither, you said you never drove this car, though, correct?
No,
Okay, so if there were issues with the steering or the brakes, you wouldn't necessarily know about it, is that fair to say? Because you never drove it.
I have to say, just because I never drove the vehicle, doesn't mean I didn't recognize if there was any issue with our vehicle.
But again, you didn't, so you would not have actually been physically steering the vehicle at any point, right?
Right.
So if there was something messed up with the way that the steering wheel, like how it felt to steer, for example, you wouldn't know that, right?
I would know by sitting there feeling the movement of the car. I paid attention.
But again, you have no idea how the steering reacted or felt, correct? Having never
No,
driven the car.
because I never drove the car.
And same with the brakes, as far as you don't know how responsive the brakes were, for example.
That's not true.
But you never drove the car to actually experience what braking it was like, correct?
And once again, I don't have to drive the car to know the experience if something is wrong with the car.
I'm just asking to make sure you never actually, drove the car and
Ask
then.
and answer, Judge.
Nothing else, sorry, from me.
Nothing further.
Ma'am, after you and your children were struck by this vehicle, did Antonio come to render any aid to you?
No, sir, he walked right past us like we didn't exist.
Any questions based on my question?
No, Judge. Thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, you're all set.
Your Honor, I have
You're welcome.
one more civilian witness. I technically don't need it for the bind over, but I'd like to preserve her testimony. If you want to go take it back, I'll make my argument.
Go ahead.
Make my argument.
No, I mean, go ahead.
Okay. People call Katrina Littlejohn, and it'll take minutes, Judge.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. In this box right next to me, you have her name, too, right?
Right here?
Yes, ma'am. That's a nice amount, speaking to that microphone, so you can be left. You may begin with Greg.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name one more time for the record, please? Ms. Littlejohn, I want to direct your attention to December 7th of 2022. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Okay. On or about that date, did you have occasion to be in the area of Van Dyke and Stockton in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. Were you walking in a vehicle or something else? Okay. What kind of vehicle were you in? Okay.
A Kia Soul 2019.
Okay. And do you recall on what street you were traveling on?
On Van Dyke.
Do you recall what direction you were traveling on?
I was going east.
Okay. Did you see anything that day that brings you to the court right now?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you see?
I seen a white man coming from the left side of me, about to run into my car. I stopped on the brakes. He ran into two people. He ran into a woman and a kid.
Okay, let me ask you this. Did you see any other people walking at
Yes,
that
her
time?
3 sons.
Okay, so you saw, how many children did you see?
I seen 4 kids and 1 woman.
Okay. And directionally, was this white van that you saw traveling on Van Dyke or a different street?
Also,
Say that one more time.
also, I couldn't start over. It was a street on the left side.
Okay, so are you familiar with the street Stockton?
Yes.
Okay, is that the street that you're referring
Yes.
to? And did you see that van traveling in a certain direction?
Going straight towards going straight towards the, if I didn't stop, my kid and me would be inside with that back.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Stockton runs perpendicular to Van Dyke, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear that that van was traveling straight perpendicular to Van Dyke, or did it move at all?
No, it was going straight into the,
Okay, when you say into them, you're making a gesture. What kind of gesture are you
it was
making?
like, my car was right here, and I stopped, and he went straight in front of my car.
Now, was he at an angle when he was driving? or-
No.
Okay. So, but you said he was driving towards them. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, and them, are those the civilians that
Yes.
you discussed? Okay. Did it appear that he was moving fast or slow?
Yes, he was coming real fast.
Okay.
He was coming real fast.
Okay. How close was he to hitting your vehicle?
About an inch away from my car.
Okay. And did you see that van touch anybody?
Yes.
Okay, who did you see it touch?
He had his mother and boy.
Okay, did you see, the female, the mother, do anything?
No, I didn't see her. All I see her going back and forth trying to see which way the car was coming. But by the time he got her, he already hit her and ran the door into the building.
Okay, so when you first see the people walking, are they on Stockton or are they on Van Dyke?
They on Van Dyke,
Okay.
across the street from the street.
Okay, while you're driving up, do you actually see people walking across Van Dyke?
No,
Okay, when you first see them, how long after when you first saw them did you see the van?
it was about, I see about 2 minutes because it was quick. It was quick because I looked and seen them go back for that, looked over and I seen him coming toward.
Did you see where that van had stopped?
No, he didn't stop. He went straight. My light was green. He went straight to the red light.
Okay, now, once he makes impact with the people, does the van keep going or does it stop?
It stopped. It went straight into the building.
Okay, when you say into the building, do you mean like a drive-through window at McDonald's or something?
No, it went to a club building, right inside the building. You can see that like he went straight into it.
Was the building damaged?
Yes.
Now, this other person that you saw hit, was it a young person too?
Yes.
Okay, and did you approach that person at all?
I approached the mother first.
Okay, and what, if anything, were your observations of her?
She was messed up.
Okay, what does that mean?
Like she couldn't move, she couldn't walk, nothing. She was talking, I kept talking to her. She said, "Is my kids okay? Is my kids okay?" I said, "Yes, they're fine, they're on the side." She said, "It was for them." I said, "What you mean it's for?" She said, "My daughter." So I went over towards the car and I seen her daughter rolled up in the car, in the car, where the car impacted her to the building.
So when you're talking with the adult, is she sitting down, standing up, or something else?
She's laying down, she couldn't move that bad.
Did you see any injuries on her?
Yes.
Did you see blood at all?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Like on her hip, her leg, all that, like it was too much. I was in panic mode, but I stood there. I called 911 and talked to her, and she's like, "It's my daughter." Her brother wasn't breathing. Then her daughter took a breath and started breathing. And I kept telling her like, "Your daughter's fine." I talked to her, so she gonna pass out. keep her, woke and alive, alert, so she knows what's going on.
Okay, let me ask you this. Okay, when you see this girl, teenager, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you actually approach the building to see her, or are you looking from afar?
No, I approached her.
Okay.
I didn't want to touch her because the way she was brought up inside the building. I didn't know how critical it was.
Where is she at in relation to the building in the car at that time?
The car was on like literally on top. Her body was like this and the car was on top of her body.
And was she saying anything at that time?
No, I couldn't see her face or
You see blood?
yes.
What parts of her body could you see?
Just like her hip, her blood and all that was out. Like that's all I see.
Okay. Did you see the other children that you had seen previously?
Yes, I see two little boys and a big. Okay, and I asked the son, I said, the older one, I said, who is that man to you?
Objection. She's about to get into hearsay.
And Judge, this is a present sense impression and excited utterance. A van just went careening towards them and hit their mother and their sister. I think any statements the son made could fall into either of those categories.
You have to lay a foundation.
When you saw these children, what was their demeanor like after the impact?
They were shaking.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
Like they were scared, like they didn't know they had.
Was anybody visibly upset?
No, they were just shook up, like crying, their mama.
So you saw, were all the children crying at the time?
Yes.
Okay, and this individual, the male that you talked to, how old did he appear to be?
I don't like his 40s.
I say that one more time?
His 40s.
Okay, so I'm talking about the children.
Oh, the children.
Okay, so the children that you saw on scene, they appear to be visibly upset.
Yes.
Okay, when you say, when I ask visibly upset, what pops in your mind?
Like, why is this happening to us? My mama is like right here, like we don't know what to do.
You see any tears or no tears?
Yes, it was tears. The two little boys was crying.
Okay, now the little boy that made the statements to you, he was crying as well or no?
No, he was just in panic mode, like he don't know what happened.
What was his breathing like?
I would say it was like normal, but not normal, like, because it was shocking, like he didn't know what to do.
In your opinion, did he appear to be upset?
Yes.
Judge, I guess that further statement that she made says from him would fall under extended utterance. And what, can you repeat that statement that the little boy said to you?
He said, I asked him to say, what? He said, that's my little brother's dad.
Okay, so do you at any point see the driver of the van?
No, I was glanced at him, he was black and he was male, he was like, he was, I didn't flew or look at him, I just went towards the mother to make sure she was up.
Okay, and what color was that van?
White.
Did you see anybody exit that van at any point in time?
Yes.
Who did you see exit that van?
The man that hit.
Okay, and what did you see him do with anything?
He got out, looked around, and walked away.
Okay, when you say walk, stop happened to step or is he walking slow?
He was walking normal like nothing happened.
Okay, does he walk at all towards the building in the van?
No, he went out like where the van was in the parking lot, he went out and went to the left and just walked down there.
Okay, did you see him talk to the adult?
No.
Did you see him try to talk to any of the children?
No.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
Very good. It was good. Thank you. Ma'am, you said this van missed you by inches.
Yes.
Were you actually in the intersection or waiting to enter the intersection when the van went?
I was sitting in the intersection.
You were sitting in the intersection?
Going straight across, yes.
And again, you were going, so Stockton runs east-west, is that right?
Yes.
And Van Dyke runs
Going
north-south?
Yeah, south and north, like one, yes.
Now, you said you were, I think originally you said you were going east on Van Dyke. Your vehicle was on Van Dyke, right?
Yes.
And it was going which direction?
It was going east, like, if you say east, it's going east. In my direction, it's going east.
Does Van Dyke not go north and south though?
Well, north, south, I was facing, not to say north, yes, that's north.
So you were heading north on Van Dyke?
Yes.
And then did the vehicle come from north?
My left-hand side.
It sounds like you may have actually been traveling southbound on Van Dyke because Stockton comes out. The vehicle came from your left, correct?
Yes, came from my left.
I don't know. Thanks.
All right, thank you, man. Oh, did you have any redirect?
No, Judge.
Thank you, man. You may step down.
People restaurant.
Any witnesses?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Your Honor, the people moved to bind over as charged. Your Honor has seen video that was admitted at this exam where a van that Ms. Gaither identified as being driven and owned by Mr. Cohen traveled on Stockton, cross Van Dyke. It doesn't appear to be going straight to continue on to Stockton, but appears to veer directly into 5 different individuals, Your Honor. That's Bridget Gaither, her daughter Brianna Gaither, that's Brianna, Vincent Clanton Jr., Santonio Cowan, and Antonio Cowan Jr. I would note that at the time, Antonio Cowan Jr. and Santonio Cowan Jr., the children of Mr. Cowan, were 5 years old at the time. Brianna was 16 years old, Vincent was 13 years old. Ms. Gaither testified that she saw Mr. Cowan, the father of 2 of her children, acting erratically at home. She decided to leave that home with all of her children. She indicated that it takes her maybe a minute to walk from her house to Van Dyke Street. She crossed Van Dyke. She said as she's crossing with her children, she's scared. She's trying to move as quickly as possible away from Mr. Cowan. The video then shows this van moving, and Ms. Gaither testified and Ms. Littlejohn testified that the van was moving at a high rate of speed. It was moving fast, Judge. And it didn't continue down Stockton, it didn't make a left or a right onto Van Dyke. Instead, it went straight into Ms. Gaither, Bridget Gaither, as well as Brianna Gaither. Those were the 2 that were actually hit and suffered injuries as a result of the collision. However, Ms. Gaither testified that, and as well as Ms. Littlejohn, that all of the children, all 5 individuals, were walking very close to one another. And I believe Ms. Littlejohn testified that mom, Ms. Bridget Gaither, had to push her 2 sons out of the way. So everybody is at risk in this case, Judge. The 2 that suffered the most were Ms. Bridget and Brianna physically. However, the intent there can be inferred from the speed of the car, the direction of that van, and the events leading up to why Ms. Gaither had to leave that house to begin with, Judge. I believe those are questions of fact for a jury to determine, Your Honor. I believe there's probable cause here. We have a motor vehicle. We have all of the elements for felonious assault. We don't need injury, but we got injury. And as far as all of the little ones involved, we have Bridget, Brianna, Vincent, Santonio, and Antonio, Judge. They were all at risk. It's just a blessing that nobody was actually killed, Judge. But I believe for probable cause standard, I met my verdict for all of the counts. Thank you.
Your Honor, my only argument is that people have failed to show sufficient evidence to show specific intent to kill in this particular case as it relates to these 5 individuals. There does appear to have been testimony related to Mr. Cowan's state of mind, that he was acting erratically, that he was talking to himself, and that this was out of the norm for Mr. Cowan, which calls into question what his intent was and whether, frankly, he had the capacity to form the intent to kill. I think it's a misstatement of evidence based on the video that Mr. Cowan did not turn onto Van Dyke. I think the court has the video and can see that, in fact, the van did turn onto Van Dyke from Stockton. It did appear to veer onto the sidewalk area after turning onto Van Dyke, but in any event, we asked the court not to find over on the biased assault with murder charges. Thank you.
The people's admitted exhibit, which was the video, speaks volumes. I can tell this one, looking at that, I mean, it speaks for itself that the defendant at a high rate of speed drove his vehicle right into the mother of his children, her child, and his own children. I don't think you can get more intentional than that. But just in case that doesn't satisfy you, the witness also testified that the defendant was talking about killing someone, that he tried to make good on his intentions. Or after hearing the testimony of the witnesses that testified in this matter, satisfied people that the verdict of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. Court finds those charges were admitted in the city of Detroit. Court finds probable cause to be dismissed. Oh, and also, I not only looked at the defendant's actions before, during, but also after the incident. And after just struck the mother of your child and your children, you walk away as if nothing happened. You don't try to render any aid. If this was truly a mistake, you would think, like, oh my God, you calling for help or trying to do something to get help for that didn't happen. This leads this court to believe that he intended to murder his own family. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Criminal Division for proceedings to the right to on the information date time will be July 21st, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. I believe this bond is set at $1 million, is that right?
Actually, Your Honor, I was gonna ask about that. The court, at some point, before competency was questioned, I believe, made it into a remand, which, because he was held incompetent, I didn't bring up prior, but I'm not sure that there are statutory grounds for remand in this particular case based on the charges and
What's not
his history. The charges that he has, Your Honor, I don't believe that assault with intent to murder qualifies under the court rules for a remand bond. There's a very limited number of charges that I think the court has the authority to set the bond and remand for. I think murder and CSCs, and I don't recall torture is one of them. I will look it up very quickly. So, Your Honor, it's Michigan Court Rule 6.106 regarding pretrial release. And it indicates subsection large B1 that the court may deny pretrial release to a defendant charged with murder or treason or committing a violent felony, and at the time of commission of the violent felony, he was on probation or parole or release pending trial, which I don't believe he was. And then, or alternatively, during the 15 years proceeding, he'd been convicted of 2 or more violent felonies that I don't believe qualify. I don't think he has that history. The alternative being subsection B, where a defendant is charged with criminal sexual conduct, first degree, armed robbery, or kidnapping with intent to extort. And only then, if the court finds proof that defendant's guilt is evident or presumption great. So I think those are the only grounds on which the court could order a remand. I will say, maybe it's not obviously, but I will state that a $1 million bond is tantamount to remand. But we are asking the court to at least reestablish the previously set $1 million bond. Unless the court's records already show a $1 million bond. I just have them as remand.
Judge, we have a violent felony here, and I don't want defense to forget that there was a habeas on that 2019 case. So that was set for exam. The defendant did not appear for exam. So up until then, up until the December 2022 date, he's still habeas from that 2019 case. Another violent felony that the complainant testified to being stabbed with a butter knife, Judge. I believe.
Although that's not a conviction.
It is not, Judge. However, he's still on a pre-trial release for another violent felony, Judge. I think under that court rule that was cited by defense, Your Honor has authority to keep that bond at remand, Judge. And I think if we're looking at the 2 prongs, safety to the public, safety to these individuals, the victims in this case, I think that risk is great, especially given his demeanor in court today, especially given the fear that my complainant has. And I haven't talked to her children yet, Judge, but she says that they share that sentiment. I think based on the rules, you can keep that at remand, given the nature of the offense and the past failures.
And I think I'm going to remand the defendant, and that's for the protection of the community, particularly the complaining witnesses in this matter. And given the for the statute, the defendant was on a pretrial release that he can't do so, so I think I have the authority to do so. Right? Remand, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, and our AOI date, July 21 at 9?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Who do I have here, guys?
Of course, sir.
We have everyone step in.
Both cases, Judge?
Yes.
Offenders are still downstairs.
Oh, next two?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. Ms. Crane, talk to me. Are you ready on the queue?
Yes, Judge, we have one witness. Yes, we are ready.
And what about Ms. Cassis on?
Hi, Judge, my prosecutor's coming in. There is one witness. We have them. We're ready, and we have the translator.
Okay, so here's the deal. We have not taken lunch yet. So let's get Jones up, guys. Everybody's looking at me.
Because you are, like these, like you're in the center stage.
It's not fair to my staff. I've eaten already. Don't they look hungry to you?
They do, Judge. Yeah, it's very sad, especially on Friday.
All right, so.
I think these are OSHA violations.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
So I'm gonna have you come back at 2:30.
At what time?
2:30.
2:30,
And maybe we should make it 3.
since I said. Probably. It's fine. This is for Jones.
Maybe I can squeeze Jones in. You guys move through. Let's squeeze Jones in. Have Ms. Cassis come back at 3.
Okay, Judge.
Ms. Moore, what are you here on?
I'm here on this Cass's case, Judge.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'll see you at 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. We need to kill Jones.
Yes, sir, he's on his way up.
Okay.
Defense counsel.
I'm Sarah.
CR.
Yes.
No.
Okay, Mr. Jones. Short door right here. All right. Stand in front of that report. Oh. Short door. In front of that.
Yes. Okay, all right, great. Calling case 2357574, people of State District versus Akil Jones. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence, section offense notice. Defendant has an original offender section offense notice.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drink for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Sarah Kraus, P818330. I'm standing in for the attorney of record, Gotti Silver, for Akil Jones, who is present in the courtroom. Mr. Jones, can you state your name for the court, please?
There's date, time, set, examination, everybody proceed.
Yes, Judge, I have one witness. Thank you. At this time, the people will call Amado Marino.
Good afternoon, please step forward. Tell me your name. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. And please have a seat with the spots right next to me. Yes. Speak nice and loud into that microphone to speak your left, okay? Okay, give me your ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Hello, I'm
You
gonna
have to
be,
speak into the microphone for me. Okay.
I'm gonna be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I want to bring your attention back to the date of June 25th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you on that date?
At my apartment.
Thank you. And what is the address of your apartment?
18400 last row.
And what's the apartment number?
150.
Okay. And is that?
In Detroit.
Okay. City of Detroit and County of Wayne?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. And what were you, do you live there with anyone else or just yourself?
I live there. Speak into the microphone, please.
I live there, it's just that, police say that killed is there too, because he established residency there.
Oh, okay. And you said Akil? Akil?
Okay,
What is Akil's last name?
Jones,
How do you know Mr. Akil Jones?
we've been in a relationship for like 4 years.
Okay. And do you see Mr. Akil Jones in the courtroom here today?
Yeah,
Could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today?
he's over there in the green.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please, at this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant as Akil Jones.
So noted.
Thank you. All right. And what were you doing at your apartment on that day?
Like in the morning or it's time when we arrest or
Just tell us what happened on that day.
earlier that morning, I called the cops to, have Akil, removed from my apartment due to a PPO order. And, police did not remove him.
Okay, let me stop right here. So was Akil at the apartment with you?
Yes.
Okay, and had he been there the previous day and night?
No, he hadn't been there the previous day. He got there at night. He just comes and goes as he pleases.
Oh, okay. So you mentioned a PPO. Did you say that you obtained a PPO against him?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if it had been served on him?
It hadn't been served on him because he had been in the hospital.
Okay. But you wanted him to leave the apartment?
I wanted him to leave the apartment, yes, because it was like, we had an argument pretty much.
Okay, so this was earlier in the day?
Yes.
Okay, so you called the police?
I called the police, to start, to have him removed. Police said that they could remove him because the bill wasn't served and it was not in their system.
Okay, so did the police leave after that?
The police left, they left Mr. Bowie, there with me.
Mr. Who?
Akil.
Okay, all right. What happened after that, if anything?
I went for a walk and then I came back and it was gone. So then, I was laying there and.
Okay, so you came back and
He was
he was gone. So you said you were laying there.
Laying in my room in my bed.
Okay, laying in your room on your bed. Okay.
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time this was?
I don't remember.
Okay, well, let me just ask.
But it was like, probably like around 7, 8.
Okay, so were you just taking a nap, just resting?
Just
or
resting.
Just resting, okay. So what happens next after
He comes in and.
Who comes in?
Akil comes in, we're having a talk, and he's like, kind of upset because I saw his mom the night before,
Okay.
and it was just, we're talking about things that, we're problems in the relationship pretty much. you
Okay.
know? So we're just having a loose talk, you know, like more or less himself, rather than having problems with the psychosis.
Problems with the psychosis?
And psychosis, yes.
Why are you saying problems with the psychosis?
Well, he's having schizophrenia, you know, and he's had a lot of psychosis episodes in the past. And, you know.
Have you witnessed this?
Yes, I witnessed a lot of his psychosis episodes, you know, it's just issues that, you know, sometimes can get frightening, you know, with the fact that when he's not thinking lucidly or clearly, you know, it's kind of hard to.
Okay, well, let me just ask you another question. So as you're having this discussion, is it an argument or?
We're just talking like how we're talking now.
Okay, very good. So what happens next?
And pretty much he just picks up the torch and lights it, and you know, it was like something that happened so quickly. I didn't realize that he burned my hair until I smelled the hair burn, you know.
Okay, so.
We're laying down next to each other.
You're laying down next to each other in the bed.
Yes.
Okay, so, you're having a regular conversation.
Yes.
And so you said a torch. He has a torch?
Well, I have the torch on the bed because that's what we used to light our cigarettes with.
Okay, so you use this to light your cigarettes. Could you describe this torch?
Oh, gosh, it's a
Okay.
butane torch.
Is it just like a regular little lighter, or is it bigger than that?
It's like handheld, you know, like little water gun, I guess. You know?
Okay.
But it's torch.
Okay, and,
They talk about those things that, like it has a long stick on the end of it. No?
What I'm talking about is, it's like a little gun, you know. The cooks use it a lot of times to caramelize their sugar on it.
okay, so this is not just a little big
Right.
lighter, it's not, okay. So you said that was on the bed, you had that on the
Yeah,
bed?
yeah, it was between us.
Okay, and that's what you both use to light cigarettes?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so what exactly did you do with it?
He just picked it up and like went towards my hair and he cinched it, you know, or burned it, but it's just, it happened so quick, I was like more surprised that he would do something like that than, you know, anything.
Okay, so.
Because it's like, who knows on other cops.
Objection, speculation.
Okay.
Okay, so, was it the hair that you have today?
No,
Okay, so what do you have on today?
I have a different wig.
Okay, so it wasn't the wig that you're wearing today?
No.
It was a different one?
The one I have is similar to how your hair is, but
Okay.
it's gray.
Okay, and,
Same length, everything.
okay, so you said that, was it damaged?
It was like end points were damaged.
Okay,
You know.
but you said you could smell it?
Yeah, but my attention on it was that I smelt it rather than, you know, felt anything.
Okay, and you were wearing the wigs?
Yes, I had it on.
Okay, so after that happened, did you ask her about it? Did he say anything?
He just laughed and said it wasn't it's not like it's my real hair.
Okay, but it was right, I mean.
It was
up against-
attached to my head.
Okay, all right. And what did you do after that?
On 911.
And why did you call 911?
Because I felt I already had called the police to have him removed, but because the PO was not served, they left him there and they took off.
Okay,
You know,
so why did you call again? I
called again because pretty much he lit my hair, and I could have gotten really hurt.
Okay, you.
Or is that speculation?
No, I'm asking you why you called the police, what was going on in your mind? This is what I asked you. That's fine. So you're saying it could have gotten it could have been
It
worse?
could have gotten a lot worse, with things escalating to a worse scenario.
Okay. So the police arrived.
The police arrived, I was out front, I talked to the two female officers that arrived, and I pointed towards my apartment. They asked me if, they could go in, and I was like, yeah, there's no doorknobs on my doors, so just help yourself going in.
Okay.
So they went in, they talked to him, and then they came out with him handcuffed.
Okay. And they take him away?
They took him away.
Okay. Did anything else happen on that day?
The officer, they came back and they asked me what happened.
And did you tell them what
Yes,
happened?
and they wanted to see where he burnt it, and it was like at the tips.
Okay. Okay, thank you, I have no further questions.
Carson County.
Yes, thank you. So I want to talk about this later a little bit more, if that's possible.
Okay.
Okay, you said it was handheld, is that correct?
Right.
How many inches would you approximate it to be?
I could pull it up on my phone and show you a picture.
I'm just asking you, how big do you think it is?
Probably like 6, 7 inches.
6 or 7 inches? And when you explain it as a torch, you are explaining it as a gun, correct?
It's like, pretty much, yeah, it's like the size of a gun, like a little water gun.
So it doesn't have, let's say we're talking about a bit later, you don't flick it to light it. You click it on the top?
Yes.
Okay. And
when you click it on top, the butane shoots out, and then the clicker thing causes the flame, and the flame can be anywhere from this part, and it's very hot.
so for the record, that was about 2 inches, I would approximate the flame being.
It's like 2.5 inches.
Okay, thank you. And when you were talking about the wig you were wearing, you said it was similar to Miss Drain's hair, correct?
It was similar to a rain band, it's like it was waving.
Okay, and you would agree with me that the length is past the shoulders, correct?
Yes.
Towards more closer to the chest area, is that right? So it's not something that's directly next to your face as the one you're wearing right now?
Right.
Okay. And when you were describing for us that the ends were singed, how much of the ends were singed?
Like that much?
So one section of hair was singed,
Like one section.
maybe an inch of hair,
No, there's not even that much.
not even that much.
Like this part right here would be cinched together because of heating it, so that's pretty much what it was.
Okay, so it wasn't a very big area, correct? Less than an inch, correct? Okay. So we're not talking about a whole side of the wig was singed, is that right?
Right.
Okay, just a small, less than an inch
Right.
section. Okay.
But this hair is kind of valuable with the oils and stuff that we put it into even treat it. So with flames and stuff, it could have gotten worse than what it would actually did.
You did not see a flame though, correct?
No, I did not see the flame. I just smelled like hair burning.
Just one.
No, it's yours. It's on your fence. Oh.
I don't have any further questions.
Redirect.
I don't have the questions, Your Honor.
Right. I'm not sure if we get this map. You see the kill that you've been referring to in the courtroom today? Yeah, it's right there. What color is he wearing? Green. Representative Federal witness has identified the defendant killed Jones. Any questions based on my question? Thank you. You may say that. Any other witnesses for the people?
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
The defense?
No witnesses for the defense.
Your Honor, I would move to bind over as charged and reserve argument.
Your Honor, I would object to bind over in this case. I don't believe the elements of felonious assault were met here. One of the elements of felonious assault is that a dangerous weapon that's capable of causing physical injury or death needs to be used. The complaining witness testified a 6 to 7 inch torch lighter with a flame that could get up to about 2 inches. She also testified that there was a small section of hair, less than an inch, that was singed on the very top. And I don't think the elements have been met very much.
I'm not sure why you say that, because the elements of felonious assault are assault with a dangerous weapon. So the instrument that is capable of producing fire, I would submit to you, can be used as a dangerous weapon, as such it was. An assault is merely an offensive touch. He used allegedly that offensive weapon to assault her by setting her wig on fire. Even though injury is not necessary, she said a portion of her hair was burned. Even if it was a small portion, it's still an offensive touch. So the court, after hearing the testimony, the witness is satisfied with the effect that burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in point 1. Court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finds probable cause to be disciplined. Defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. This arraignment on the information date and time will be July 21st, 2023, at 9 o'clock a.m.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
See you later, Justin.
All right, fine. We're on lunch till 3 o'clock, guys. Sorry about that. Thank you for hanging out with you guys. It's who was that came extremely late? It was somebody's fault. Came real late. Mr. Cohen. Threw my whole docket behind. You were giving it a steady late. Okay, so lunch till 3 o'clock. Yes, sir.
Hey, you want to take this paperwork down?
Maryland? Okay, so chances. Probably.
Yeah.
All right, let's see.
Enjoy your trip.
Okay.
We'll get it.
No, I already opened my phone.
Turn this TV off.
You eat your lunch?
Yeah, I am. Start.
Everybody have a good weekend. Thank you.
Have a good weekend, guys.
Thanks for your turn. I apologize, folks, didn't realize we were still on mute. So I'll say it again. That's it for today. Hope to see you Monday, same back station, same time.